All right, welcome back, everybody. It's been a long break. This is M&A&D&D episode 89. The Fae's been wild.
I think we're on episode 90.
You choose whatever
Not according.
it is.
Anyways, last we left, M&A had been tasked with, had been forced into a battle royale as a way to finish off their quest to return to the Sword Coast. Hadn't been paraded through a banquet. The night turned quickly when they were abducted and woke up in a giant maze where some trickery had taken place, and they believed that they were initially fighting their own foes. Not so much that they're battling one another, but the power of the Fae, to the delight of the princess, she conjured up some tricks herself, including bringing back a shadow persona of one of your former members, who's you believe to still be in the Sword Coast. Darfarius, hearing quite a bit of ruckus, decided to join the fight, and the battle raged until there was only two fighters commencing, and the final blow was struck as Darfarius laid his hammer upon Liam Umbra. And that's where we're going to pick up. As you know what? I had a cooler map. Maybe it was just in my mind. As everything kind of fades, this roaring crowd, as Darfarius lays the final blow, just echoes throughout the night. And then the lights, or the sky above you, just starts to explode around you with all these amazing lights and it seems like fireworks, until you realize that these embers take on lifelike patterns as they drift through the sky, continuing to blink and fade. And the hedge maze starts that around you, or had disappeared, and that stands that had been surrounding you, filled with all manner of creatures, kind of starts to push slowly out until you all find yourself laying on the ground. And through this kind of fog, you see this figure approach. And through this kind of muffled sound of these footsteps, as you guys slowly start to gain consciousness, and you feel like your bodies start to mend a little bit, still in a lot of you in a lot of pain from the fight. This female figure approaches, and she walks up to Darfarius, and she whispers in his ear. Darfarius grabs his warhammer. He disappears.
Anybody want a perception to see what was said?
I don't know. I feel like we're all pretty groggy from coming back out of this fog that we're waking up from. but I'll try to listen in.
If you're gonna roll, yeah, if you're gonna roll, do a disadvantage, please.
Oh, shit. Balls.
Asher definitely heard.
I crit and then got an 8.
Hold on. Let's see if I can go lower.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you did better. Unfortunately, as
Thank
you start to come, try to figure out your footing, you're unable to, as this figure still is kind of blurry and you're out of focus for you. But she looks at you and, well, that was more entertaining than you can have imagined. And she lets out this giggle. I do apologize. This one was for me. She puts on this grin. But you all are alive. I was not going to let any more harm come to you. So, chop. Meet me back in the castle. And Princess Dandelion turns her back to you. And she kind of just walks off back into that fog. Knowing that likely that any answers you may have will be in the same direction that she travels.
How quickly is she walking away? Just curious.
I mean, she's not sprinting. She's just walking.
She's a royalty. She doesn't.
Takes off in full sprint. Just linebacker style.
Just judging, in case I have to go throw a warhammer at her head. Normal stuff.
I guess.
Val rolls over on his side. Do we all? I'm assuming. Are we all just if we got KO'd? Are we just sitting at 1 HP then? Or
you are right now. You're at 1 HP.
Yeah.
But in a couple minutes, you're gonna be at 2 HP, and then in 10 minutes, you're gonna be at 3 HP. You're slowly getting your senses back.
That's fine.
And the longer you go from this point in which you're waking, the longer from here to the next point, you start to realize you're gaining your strength back.
Okay.
I'll not cast Prayer of Healing then, because that will just slow us all down.
Yeah. Val kind of gets up. Who would be closest to me? Just on the ground.
I could
I don't
find the battle
remember
map
what the
again.
map looks like.
I mean, you guys should know you're the guys that were ones that were awake for it, right, Terry?
Listen.
David
I was
fell.
on the left. I was throwing my saving throw at the time, man.
David fell in the cluster with Astrid and
Oh, I got taken out by Darth when he just started.
Oh, no, this
Right,
ain't
but
this ain't the
you
one.
didn't move. You only went up. You didn't come.
Yeah,
you didn't
I went
go,
up.
You didn't go left or right. So
Yeah.
Valmol's near you and Astrid's near you because I took all of them out with the fireball.
So I guess we're allowed to take a long rest right now.
No, we haven't done that yet.
Just
Damn it!
just bump your hit points to just one.
Terry, put your heal. Just do heal and then just put 1 HP and you should be okay.
Yeah, I
so
left
what I'm trying to do is
last,
Val's
I was
gonna
still at 8 HP because I just didn't take the last hit.
Val's gonna roll over, stumble to his feet, and then whoever's closest, which is either Astrid.
Because I already
or
failed
Bumble,
one
he's
saving
gonna,
throw last
Fine,
time.
you're up.
He's gonna outreach a hand and try and help them up to their feet.
I'm by far the furthest away.
Okay. Technically, Darfarius' hammer is right in front of you.
Yeah. Well, he would have moved because it had
No,
approached.
she walked up to him. He just.
Oh, then I would have been right next to her when she was whispering. I guess I could do a perception.
She left though.
Can I had a perception for when she was?
No.
All right.
All right, I'm helping Astrid up. And then Vommel, I'm just gonna help them to their feet.
I would
Just-
love to see the tiny elf helping Vommel to his feet.
I mean, it's more of like a gesture. He like so to act it out. I'll
like-
walk over. I'll
Trying to
walk
shove
over
him like,
Yeah.
Like Emperor's New
It's one of
Groove.
those-
Yeah.
He gets one of those car jacks,
Get a car check. You
cracks his
still
back out of it.
alive.
It's great.
Um,
Who was
Tries-
that?
tries not to throw out his back. And he'll just like reach out a hand, help Astrid up, and then be like, "Do you want to help me up with this? You want me to help get the big guy up on his feet? You guys took quite a beating."
Yep, I'll help, and I'll extend a hand.
And I'll extend the other hand for whatever it's worth.
He'll try not to cause damage.
Although I'm pretty sure if Vommel just like sat up, I still think he's taller than us.
Yeah, we would like make eye
Like just
contact.
him sitting on the ground.
Oh boy.
So I'll repeat the comment. Who was that?
That was Princess Dandelion.
Not that one. Like he'll point to where Darth was.
Oh,
Who was that?
that. That is our companion, Darfarius. He is often the one who shows up as our
Late.
knight in shining armor to smash things good, and then hang out in that hammer of his.
I'm not saying it's a judgmental look on his stony face, but it's kind of the he understands what the meaning of the words coming out of your mouth. The order
Darfarius-
makes no sense.
Darfarius is a very strong warrior who has helped us through many, many dire battles, and has helped us against the dragon cult for years.
He
However
also
long we've actually been traveling.
he also shows up in his own time, for better or for worse.
As you rub your head.
Yeah, and I'm like half dragging the hammer to the group, like not even bothering to pick it up, just like just dragging it around, like.
And just looks at the hammer. It's safe.
We
No.
aren't too sure, but it packs one hell of a punch, so we don't ask too many questions.
I think you should ask questions.
I've identified it. It is a very powerful artifact.
I meant of the wielder.
Oh. Yeah. Don't be dead around him, otherwise he gets hungry.
he
This clearly
eats
is
a
not
lot of
making the
different
Goliath
things.
look any happier.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not gonna help this situation. Yeah, no, he's cool. Just don't die. He'll eat you.
Just don't die, he'll eat.
Tell me I'm wrong. He said it multiple times to all of us, guys.
It's his way to honor you.
Yeah.
Okay, if people are having a problem with the hammer,
He's been literally
Vamos.
told, I'd eat that ass. Multiple times. I say out of game.
Vama will put away his shield and warhammer, and he'll just like unfurl one hand, like to offer to carry the hammer, which clearly doesn't look that large to him. Everyone's having a problem with it.
It,
So he's looking at it very much as you.
should.
Yeah, let him try.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's still a large ass hammer.
That's there.
All right.
Which you want me to do?
Okay, go ahead and roll strength.
Also, to be fair, Ben, for your information, Darth is not a small guy. I know he's not as big as Goliath, but he's relatively close to size in terms of Ulan was. They were relatively close
Yeah.
in size. And the hammer is large even for him because it was a
Giant's
storm
weapon.
giant's hammer
Yeah.
originally, so it's still a very large weapon.
No, that's legit.
Vemel goes up to the hammer, grabs it by that, that carved handle that shows this fight with, seems like all the races of the Sword Coast against the five-headed dragon, and he goes to pick it up. And doesn't seem to budge at all.
He seems a little confused by this.
Don't take it personally. It's sort of more of a hammer has a mind of its own, or Darth. That
Yeah.
part we don't really always know.
Kind of just like flicks it with the finger, not to do damage, just kind of like tang.
If you treat it nicely, you get different results. That's for sure.
You flick it, and it's more like ding, like flicking a light post or something.
I'm just hearing Gambit in my head right now.
Ding, ding. Transmat firing. Hive, grab your swords.
That was literally what I was thinking.
You want to bang Knuckles?
You know what?
Come on, Sonic.
Milk.
Come on, Sonic. Let's go bang Knuckles. Terry.
You have very strange friends. Must be the lowlanders. Bad air down here.
Terry, read the chat.
Got it.
All right. So yeah, as Vamble kind of like stands around the hammer, more curious now, I think. Even more curious than he was before.
Very curious.
Looking at the situation, actually, with his one very fatigued body, Valen just like, can we get over this? Because after that long battle royale match, I'm really, really tired. I want to go back to where we can get away from this place as possible. And having said that, he's just like, like grab the hammer, put on his back, saying that you guys don't have to fight over it. I'll take care of it. Just go. I'm tired.
Valen, with almost no struggle at all, just kind of picks it up and straps it to the back like it's been for most of the adventure, and starts walking towards the palace.
Yeah. Val grabs his own shoulder, and like cracks his neck. He's like, all right, well, hopefully there are no more surprises, and Dandelion actually keeps her word.
Honestly, I don't think I can handle it. It's not after the dinner party, not after come think about it. It's been a long day. We finished the hunt and then the dinner party.
Yeah.
Where I have to play as a matchmaker, and now the freaking battle royale. It's like, just. Yeah, I don't think I can take him. I can.
So far, you've listed things that play very well to your strengths, Valen. So, but
speaking of which, I'm actually kind of curious about what happened to the couple that I matchmade last night.
Sorry. I like that everybody's just like bruised and bleeding, and he's like, I hope they found love. You know what, guys?
Yeah, it's like after a freaking long day, plus me bruising all over, at least one good thing. I need to look back and feel like I done one good thing of the day.
Air sick lowlander.
All right, you guys can, head towards the palace. As you guys approach that staircase, that your group had, or two of your members of your group had like been hiding in the hedges up to like kind of nefarious deeds. You guys climb your way into that same banquet hall. This time, the throne room is empty. The throne room is empty, including the throne itself. But in front of you, you see those familiar dryads. As you guys approach, they tell you to halt. And then they look at Val and they say, and they point up the stairs.
Val will quickly, over like under his breath and like over his shoulder or whatever, just like whisper, "I'll be back. I'll send a message to." He turns to his brother and he says, "I'll send you a message if anything goes wrong. Just head back to the camp for now."
Did they want us to? We'll wait here. Just no one's in a great shape.
As you guys, the longer you guys sit in this giant banquet hall, the better you guys start to feel. Like your pains and your bruises and stuff, they slowly start to like dissipate. And probably over the next like 30 minutes, you guys are feeling, I wouldn't say spry, but you're feeling more yourself than you had been since you woke up. Vel goes up the stairs to the direction that the dryads had pointed. And Val, you start to walk down this long hallway in this this kind of this remarkable palace. The exterior in places made of crystal, but the interior of it kind of seems to be like etched in this art. At this point, you start to see that the sun has been creeping through the windows as dawn has approached.
Pretty.
You enter this chamber and you see Dandelion out on the terrace, kind of looking over the hedge maze. Familiar for kind of a moment here. You're kind of drawn back to what seems like centuries ago, to when you had visited this realm as an adventure seeker, as lighthearted and full of, kind of joyous fanfare, things that you had done with this woman who had quickly become your friend. You get a brief glimpse into that again. And it's the first time you've really felt this since you've returned.
I'll make sure that my presence is known before entering and receive any direction to come into the room and stuff before just entering unannounced or just assuming. So I'll knock on the door.
Enter, Val.
And I'll walk in. You requested to see me.
I hope there's no hardships. You have to understand. Look at this. She beckons you to come out onto the balcony.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. It's gorgeous. There's just this irony to have a lifetime of seeing this view and no longer seeing its beauty. You came here so long ago, and we're amazed and by all the wonders that we have, even my little tiny kingdom here. And all I see now is a prison. Time twists things. Sometimes staring out at my territory, looking out at this, it's almost too much to bear. This hellscape. Please, follow me.
We'll follow.
Uh-oh.
Dandelion.
She brings you back into the chamber, and she brings you over to these giant wood doors filled with this like amazing filigree. And she opens the door and she leads you into her bedchamber.
Al is once again hesitant, but follows.
I had been saving something for you. Please, give me a minute. And she walks towards a chest that she has located next to the mirror. You see her kind of look up. No. Yeah, they understand. I know, but it's the least I can do. And she whispers into a corner of the room.
Can I make a perception check to see if I see anything in that, or if there's anything there?
Yes.
Hey.
Damn. Still not that good.
You're really confused. It is as if she is talking to someone. But all you see in this decrepit, wretched room is a spider web
Oh crap.
hanging above this, this destroyed mirror.
Oh boy.
She goes to this box and she opens it up. She pulls out this item. It's kind of long in her arms, and it's wrapped in this kind of silk that's black as night. And she walks across the room, and then she sits down in the sofa in front of you. You get a sense that she keeps like looking back over her shoulder, not towards you, but to that direction that she had been talking earlier. And she sits down on the sofa with this in her arms, and she kind of pats the seat next to her.
The what?
See,
The seat,
Okay.
the cushion next to her.
Okay.
I will still hesitantly, but not skiddishly, go over and walk, keeping my wits about me as much as I can, and take a seat next to her.
This is the first time you've been this close to her, this intimate with her since maybe that first night where she put you off. And you see in her eyes just this kind of like red ring, this tiredness. you start to finally see under like this bubbly persona that she had been portraying everywhere. You start to see like the bags in their eyes. You see underneath like that porcelain skin, just, you know, these kind of veins, these that go through, stretch out through her porcelain skin.
I can see the burden of rulership and time have taken their toll on you as much as they have on others.
Yeah. It is certainly a burden, but you know, all bonds must be broken. I plan to free this realm of the chains. I just need a little more time.
It is not easy to free oneself or those around them from the chains that they are shackled by. But do not hesitate to ask.
Before I give you this, she leans in real close. She whispers in your ear, "They're everywhere." They've seen it all. And then she sits up and she hands you this parcel.
As Val reaches out to take it, can I like look around the room again to see what the hell is happening? Is there a way for
You could do a perception with advantage right now, I think,
Okay.
after you're like she's kind of piqued your interest. Good Lord, dude. Well, we'll never know.
You meant disadvantage, right?
Oh, right,
Disadvantage.
right.
For shits and
Disadvantage.
giggles, here's the disadvantage roll.
There it is.
No freaking way!
Oh.
It's like it never failed, man.
I wanted to see clear.
The curse is real.
I've asked you to roll for kicks and giggles disadvantage every time you've been told to roll for advantage for like the last like 10 sessions, and every single time this has always happened.
Yep. It is the curse.
At this time, it has become a statistics rather than just random chance now.
I'm almost at the level of Will
define the
Wheaton.
laws of math and statistics.
Yeah, I'm almost on the same level as Will Wheaton.
Yeah. You don't roll as
You
many
can't
ones.
change math, David.
Yeah, but
I'll
him and
try.
Will Wheaton will, you know, cause the black hole that will suck up the Earth.
Yeah, so a 12 because we're not taking the shits and giggles roll.
And you're just so unsettled by this whole situation. You don't know if that was metaphorical or what. You just very unnerved regardless.
I don't think. Would I be able to flavor my use of detect portal to like look around and see if there's any spectral or any like through like the weird ethereal eye and see if there's any like other planar forces in the immediate vicinity?
No.
Okay. Had to ask.
Okay. It's a very specific question. That was
Well, I'm over here.
pretty
I'm over here
interesting.
like, you said spider web, so immediately I think Spider Queen bullshit, and they're everywhere. So like spiders could be everywhere because they're terrifying and skitter around. And I'm like, oh well, what if they're from the Shadowfell? And if I looked through my special eye, my brand, and see like the spiders that have like they're giving off like a Shadowfell aura versus like the Feywild aura. That's the kind of shit that went through my head.
Okay, is that possible?
Hey, I'm asking you. I have detect portal, and I'm asking if I can use that. To
Yeah,
do this
I detect portal had always been more like you.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay.
We're on this. Yeah, we're good.
All right. So you now have this parcel in your hand, and you feel the heft of it, and immediately kind of dawns on you. It brings you back to those hunts. Those brief times were in all levity and in you know, when you guys were in the thick of it, when you were allowed to wield it. If you can describe it as you start to pull the parcel like apart.
Sure. And I think this is where you want me to show the thingy thing.
I do.
Okay. So
Not
Val
with the failed
will
perceptions.
Val will
Share screen.
share screen. Start to unwrap this parcel.
What do I see?
Unveil a sheathed sword.
All right, I need to figure out how to show this. 1 second, guys.
Can you send that to Viva and he can pick it up on Roll20? That might be the easiest.
I think he's just about look at all those Terrys on that screen.
I know. I'm trying to find which it wasn't previewing, so I was like, I'll just click random ones and then see what happens.
He's almost there. He's almost there.
Which one am I? Monitor 2. Oh god. Okay. This isn't working. David, just keep going. I'll figure it out.
Okay. I sent it to Aviva, and he might be able to just put the image on Roll20, but I don't know. And you'll see in the sheath, or we'll start at the hilt. On the pommel is a stone set in a silver-looking metal. And from inside this crystal, you see this almost flowing like water energy. It's deep purples, pinks, and blues, and you see starlight. And then along the handle is etched.
You guys see that on the player screen or no?
Yeah, I see that on Roll20.
So Dave, can you stop sharing your screen?
Sure.
You can describe it now, and then everything will go back to where I had it drawn.
Okay.
Perfect.
So along the handle are etched arcane-looking symbols, and then down through the pommel and into the scabbard. The scabbard is an it's interlaced metals, but it's almost like you can see through it, but at the same time you can tell that there's this kind of shimmer that it feels very far away, but at the same time it's a barrier. And then Val kind of looks up at Dandelion and looks back at the blade that's in his hand, confused, and begins to unsheath the blade. And the actual blade itself is black obsidian, but on the inside you see that same like water-like flowing energy with like stars and almost like pocket galaxies and all of this energy kind of just like flow down the blade. I do not have a name for it. I don't think we ever established one, or Vivo is going to come up with one. But that's the art.
How does the top of it connect to the right side of it?
As you hold it in your hand and you unsheath it, this light starts to kind of emanate the room, as if light at the bottom of an abyss shines out through, and the whole room kind of like starts to have this flowing kind of energy around it as it transmits like it kind of against the walls and the ceiling itself. You know, I had intended for this to be yours before you left. But I think it'll be even more powerful in your hands now at this point. And then her head snaps to a corner. And she starts to like kind of move her head in this fashion as if she's hearing someone talk to her.
Give me disadvantage. I don't see that same like entity coming up over her shoulder that we saw before, that like ghost, that like shadowy thing that we had noticed that first time, right?
No. The one that convinced her to do the battle royale, the one that talked to her right before the battle royale? No.
Okay. Just making sure. Because that's kind of the thing that Val's on edge for, was that. Mm-hmm. Val lean in and whisper, is everything all right? Are you, who's watching you? How I can help? And then like we'll lean back a little and then say, more loudly and in a normal tone, this is a very, very generous gift. I do not believe that I am worthy of such a gift.
You looked confused when you had said that to her, and you saw kind of like the more strain in her eyes, that redness kind of glow a little darker. The the darkness under her eyes kind of seemed to go a little darker itself too. And you just say thank you.
It would be rude of me to not return the kindness that you have shown, and seeing as how we are such old friends, I do wish to leave you with something before I must inevitably go this time as well. And Val will set the sword to one side and then reach into one of his pockets and pull out the ring of mind shielding, and say, and hold out his hand and say, if I may, gesturing to try and put it on her hand.
She puts her hand out like a princess might.
He takes her hand, and while he takes her hand, I'm going to cast Protection from Good and Evil. And then I will place the ring on her finger. It'll probably go on like her middle finger or her index finger.
The ring always kind of.
I'm trying to send you.
Yeah. Okay. As it slides on, She kind of stops and admires it. I mean, the handiwork is a bit crude. Certainly not as fine as the work that we do here in the. And then you just kind of see this. She can't get the words out, and in front of you, she starts to convulse. Those convulsions grow like manic, and she starts to just, starts to spasm out of control. She falls off the sofa and lands on the ground next to you, shaking. And
I mean,
you kneel next to her, trying to like grasp her frame, and as you see her just kind of shake and spit, and her eyes roll back in the back of her head, you see these tendrils start to crawl out from her nose as more and more start to slowly peek their way out, and through her nostril comes this spider that is black as night, but it glows this green on the edges, and it just scatters off of her face, down her chin, onto the ground.
I'm gonna try and pull a knife and stab it.
All right, I will need you to do.
Oh my god!
A dexterity check.
Yeah, I'm rolling so good.
Yeah, man.
So good.
You stab and it scurries to another direction.
I have a plus
It's making its way towards the bed.
Drop it.
I will. It's gonna take more time for me to pull out a bow. I'm not gonna shoot it. I will. Bow is actually hunter's mark, and then I'm gonna try and attack it again. I'll just throw the dagger, the skinning knife, the harvesting knife that I have, and I'll try to throw it.
Okay. We'll do another dexterity.
It'll be a dagger attack.
Oh, dagger attack. Okay.
Okay. Let me add
using
one
like
real
a
quick.
dagger. Just add a dagger to your inventory, Dave, and then
That's
use
what
that.
I'm doing.
Because he's proficient with knife weapons.
Yeah.
Damn! Nice.
Let's hear it.
So he wrenches the wrenches the dagger out of the wooden floor that he just missed the spider with, and quickly his eyes dart to where the spiders are trying to go. You see him mutter a word under his breath, and the sigil and the scar around his eye and the eye itself flare up as he marks his prey, and he throws the dagger at the spider.
You hear this hissing sound as this now had grown to like a tarantula-like size. The further it had gotten away, and was your intent to kill it?
Kind
of. Yeah, it's dead.
All right. I think I'm going for the kill, and then like I'll either gather what remains I can to try and identify it later.
Okay, as you pierce it through, kind of I don't know, spider anatomy. The thorax. There it is. You pierce the thorax, and you see this kind of like this bright green mist spray across the room, and then you hear these high-pitched screeching as all of a sudden down through every crevice and corner of the room start falling these spiders.
Oh fuck.
As you just hear this like raindrops starting to fall on the ground.
I'm gonna quickly cast a message out to my brother and say, Dandelion's in trouble. spiders bring help.
Everyone else is on their way. Guys, we gotta go, and we're just gonna.
Oh, where?
Before you start to approach, the Drads put their hands out.
Your princess is in trouble. She's being attacked by spiders.
And without
Let's go.
without second guessing you at all, they turn and they run with you. And you guys and the whole party just darts through up the stairs and through the hall. You bust into this chamber and you just see what looks like hail in this room as these things are falling.
I'm going to have sprinted in front of everybody. If I can get to a position between my brother and Dandelion, is that possible?
No, I am on. So from where he is essentially doing the she's on the ground. He is literally over top of her with a dagger in hand, protecting her from whatever's the thing, because he threw the dagger from holding her body. He threw the dagger at the first one.
All right, when we get in, what's the current status of spiders falling?
I just described it.
Okay.
Like hail.
Okay, so I will try to slide in next to them, and then I will cast Thunder Wave towards so they're not in it, but everything in front / up in front of them, outwards, is caught by it towards the ceiling.
So describe what Thunder Wave does as these things are falling.
I'm gonna run in, stand in incantation, and right as my hand hits the reach, there's a sonic boom that goes out, and it sends a rippling effect, and it's gonna go out and This is my last first level spell. It's a 15-foot cube in front of us, so everything within 15 feet to the side, left and right of us, and then 15 feet in front of us is just.
So all these spiders falling from the ceiling just all of a sudden hit a point, and then they go flying backwards, and they just start splattering against the walls, the windows, the bedding, everything, as this room just gets coated in spider guts.
Ew.
I would say, anybody else want to turn as he slides in? Who's behind him? What's the marching order? Does anybody else want to do anything?
I'm still at 1 HP, so I probably.
No. You're at this point. At this point, you're at 14 HP.
Okay, 14. Got it.
I'm going to assume Vamel was probably the last one in due to size issues.
Yeah, you're running through the hallway this and shit.
Case, Valen's gonna cast Rays of Frost, try to kill the spider at once.
Okay.
That's 6 damage on each.
It's on one. It's a single target.
What's the range?
60 feet.
60 feet.
60 feet. So almost the entirety rest of this room. You lay down this ray of frost. And so as these things kind of pelt, it sounded like hail now. Now they actually are turning to hail themselves as they hit the ground and just kind of shatter. And all these pieces of ice and frozen pieces of spider limbs and stuff just start to shatter on the ground and ricochet across the room. They're between these two, it seems as though there remains no other danger left in this room. The spiders that had been falling, these kind of thousands that had fallen from the ceilings that had been nesting in this room for so long, now just seem splattered, dormant, or destroyed in every capacity.
Val, while holding Dandelion still, will look up and in Sylvan to the Dryads. My brother will understand it at least, but to the Dryads he'll say, your princess is wounded. Bring your healers. We need to help her.
I'm gonna respond in Sylvan and just say we should probably get her out of here.
You guys pull the princess back into the other chamber, which I deleted, so fuck my life. And lie her across one of like the laying couches that's in there. It seems as though the danger that had been in her chamber is no longer here, and she lays there. The Dryads bring forth their healers as they set aside her, and they tend her. They tend to her for some time.
After she's out of the room, can I cast Divine Sense? Her bedroom, her chamber, it reeks of this evil that had once kind of emanated from it. And there's not like a very like pinpointable. It's just like there were spiders everywhere, and so it's bad. The pinpoint like the direction when you kind of follow it through. Yeah, I'll walk around the room. It leads you back to Val himself. Really? Oh yeah. Stab him. Stab him now.
I have 14 HP. It won't be hard to kill me at this point. Just do it. Just do it. Get it over with.
And just so I can hopefully help out so you actually do the aid thing. I was kind of doing the same thing, so I'm going to use Detect Evil and Good, which is very similar to her spell, but it's the cleric version.
Yeah.
As you use yours, you also turn and you look at Val, who's now kind of like sitting very attentively next to the princess, kind of making sure she's giving her enough, room to breathe and catch her breath, but and let the healers do what they need to do. But he stands attentively over her as his friend is laying there, kind of battling through this, whatever it is. But your detect also is just like honing in on him. Would I have known that he had cast that? Is that something that is like a visual?
Yeah, I'm going to explain it in a second.
It has a verbal semantic thing, I think so.
Yeah. Well, so I would understand that he's probably seeing the same thing. So I'll look at him and then look down at Val.
And pull a knife.
Well, what he actually does is he takes the two-handed maul out, which has the scales on it.
Okay.
But also has the brazier in the middle, remember? At the middle. Ugh. Speaking hard.
Speaking no goody. Speaking hard.
He kind of rolls his shoulders a little bit. His verbal, just so to help you, I guess, a little bit, M, is, by the dragon's breath be revealed. It's kind of what he's kind of going with. So think truth revealed.
Yeah. I think she's gonna try and grab Val's hand, like by the wrist, and kind of twist it like behind. You've seen where like people like will grab the wrist and like twist it behind their back to like lock the arm.
I get where you're going. I will have to say we have to do a contested, grapple check, because Val's reflexes will not allow that kind of thing. I get what you're trying to do.
Yeah, no, I knew I would have to.
Okay. So it's...
What is grapple?
If you scroll down on actions, you can click on grapple, and it'll give you the description. A grapple. Try to seize the target. Make a grapple check. So it's strength versus acrobatics. So you roll your athletics, and I roll my acrobatics.
Athletic. Okay.
Roll a 15. Yeah, so you're able to restrain me.
Wait,
Yeah,
why are we
so
restraining him?
I'll grab his arm and kind of twist it, and then once I know I've got a good hold on him, I'll pull him away from Dandelion and just kind of back towards, not towards the bedchamber, but towards I guess Vamul.
Like a different corner of the room?
Yeah.
Val will
away from people, and I'm sure Vamul would follow because he kind of.
He kind of like will stand between Astrid and him, and then the others, kind of like that implacable wall.
Wait, what are you doing? I was right next to him. Wait, why are we doing this?
I'm
asking in character. No, I'm asking in character.
Okay.
I would think she's, no offense, she's ignoring you, and she's gonna.
I'm not letting you just grab him out of the blue. I will this in this situation. It looks more like you're attacking him.
I understand, but she's very much. You can ask her all she wants, but she's very much focused on what she's trying to do in the very moment because there is an immediate danger.
And then I'm going to be like, "Hey, leave him! What are you doing?"
And then
it's dark.
I'll ignore him, and then
I'm going to try to break them apart. Then I don't know. If you can't, you just can't.
Vamul will respond, is what I'm trying to do in character to respond to you. So if you are, Vamul will, like I said, I'm saying between it's like you and I will have to do something while she does something with him. That's kind of that's how I picture it. Up to you, Viva. But he's trying to, as I said, he's trying to get in between.
As she drags him away, you step in between her and and her brother and his brother. Okay.
So my in-character response to yours, and we can roleplay it from there, is sense darkness in him. That's Vamul's response. Now, if you have an action, you get to go first. I concede action to you.
Yeah.
And during this, Val is literally cocking his head as much as he can towards Ashford, who's yanking him away, and saying, "Ashford, what are you doing?"
I'm just gonna go ahead. She's just gonna,
slit his throat.
No. No. She's gonna.
Do you want the big bad to show up? Because you're gonna make the big bad show up.
Her entire demeanor, voice has changed. Like she was. Now that she's in danger, she'll go ahead and just go. Shut up. Tell me who you are.
I don't. Do I have an anti-roll for intimidations? I don't think there is one.
That's mostly just to keep you from
yeah. So you're gonna answer this.
It's serious biz and
You're gonna answer this
the kind of grapple check that we just had.
No, you don't have a counter. You don't have a counter.
No, it's not like I'm charming you or anything. I'm just
you don't have a counter. So she does intimidate you. You are perplexed and gonna answer this.
I'll answer it as as restrained as possible. Valmar Umbra.
Does he still have the sword, or is the sword on the floor?
Val, do you still have the sword?
I will say that is up to you if you were intending the sword to have some kind of tie to any of this. If not, in terms of actual what I thought had played out was I put it down to try and help her. So it would have been in the
in the other room. Okay, so it's in the other room
still.
Okay.
So
as
then
long as that wasn't part of the key to why I smelled demons and shit.
That was kind of where I was going.
Yeah, that's still in the other room. The smell is still on me. That's the current state of shit.
All right. Well, I'll let.
Get ready to slit my throat. Let's go.
We'll let the rest of the room react.
I'm going to try to push past and
okay.
Try to Yeah, you'll have to just have to do a grapple check against me, I guess. But I'm gonna try to push past and try to free my brother. Because like I don't understand what's going on, and there's like he's darkness in him. I'm like, yeah, he's been a dick before. What do you want?
I mean, it's a valid response. Can't even argue that one.
Oof. Your athletics. You roll athletics against my acrobatics. We were rolling.
You tried to dodge him, and he just kind of like this big hand just like kind of grabs you by the chest.
That was the most pathetic set of rolls.
Still worked though.
No, it was a great set of rolls because it was between between 2 points. That's determined how that was going to play out. Meanwhile, Valen has just been standing there like watching this.
I don't even know what you
Dumb.
said.
Awestruck. He's just standing there
Like, what
waiting
the
for
fuck?
Val to be killed.
I know, it's like I just
He's like,
killed
yes, do
spiders
it.
in the
He's
room.
like he's so
Stab him.
sick of the drama. He's just like,
One
ah.
less elf for us. Stab him.
God.
I've been mostly dead all day.
And I'm like, literally, I'm too old for shit.
That guy hit me in that last fight. Kill him. He's a bitch.
We all teams here, guys. Let's just find out what happened to Dandelion. This cannot be.
Let's find out what happened to Dandelion. Not like grab my brother.
Daughter of Tyr is doing her duty, making sure he is who he says he is.
Astrid, why do you believe I am not who I say I am?
You reek of evil. It's something new. So tell me, who are you?
Still Valamar Umbra.
There's someone else. Or something else.
He's always had multiple personalities, and all of them have been jerks.
But he's never.
When have you paid attention to any of that?
He's
We all
batshit
have.
crazy.
Yeah, but no.
We just ignored it. You've made it very clear. I just accepted it.
I get it now. I'm willing to accept you.
Now,
I was always happy to have you around.
So she said something new. Val sits and thinks for a second.
But you're not sitting because she still has you.
Oh yeah.
Well, at this point, your
He's over
face
here,
is in a wall.
Ow, my arm.
At this point, your
Is
face
this
is like
really
in
the
a
time
wall.
to be fighting over this? We
He
just saved the
thinks about it
princess.
for a second.
Is
and it's
anyone
like,
dealing with her?
New as in you didn't recognize from when we were just downstairs together till now.
He's never I've cast this spell before, and he's never done. It's never been like this.
You guys both, you both know something's changed because the two of you have now zeroed in on him. So, you're not questioning your timeline or anything like that.
Yeah, because I've cast this spell before, and it's never given me this reaction.
Right.
Well, I've never smelled like daisies to you either, because I am not a good character, or a pure good aligned character. But
I can.
Sure. Val thinks and goes, I don't know how meta this is, but whatever. Just to move us forward. He with his, being pinned against the wall, he goes, well, there was a creature that just came out of Dandelion that I dispelled from her with a spell, and I've killed it and took it for parts of it for identification. It looked like a spider. Could that be what you're
Can I do a
sensing?
religion check?
What?
Can I do an arcana or a religion check once he mentioned the word spider?
Yes.
I also yelled spider earlier. And you saw spiders.
I didn't have the detect evil up.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you did know that there were spiders around.
Oh, I do. Oh,
okay,
very aware.
Okay. And you do know that all spiders are evil, so it's fine.
There's Spider-Man. Spider-Man's good. Just saying.
Sure, you're right. One good character that I love most. All snakes are evil.
That's true. Arcana or religion? What would you prefer, Viva?
Arcana.
Okay. Please roll. Come on. There you go. There's a good roll.
You take into consideration the scene you walked in on. Spiders raining down from the sky like hail. What it is that you interpreted, what Val had said. And you remember some of your time back in one of the monasteries, reading through the books, some old literature about trickster spider gods. Spiders used as spies, spiders used as ways of infiltration. Spiders used as ways to gaining access to not only places, but to parts of people's minds. There's no direct scripture that makes you know exactly what you're looking at, but being someone who's astute to these kind of readings and teachings, you know they shouldn't be, that there's some kind of truce to things. They shouldn't be dismissed. You certainly shouldn't dismiss what you're seeing with your own eyes.
Kind of the light goes on in a sense. Like you can just see like the big eyes that kind of like glow that blue, silvery blue. Kind of just frowns for a second. And he'll just look over his shoulder, which Alex, being a much faster character, could probably slip around while he's distracted. But he'll just turn and point his right arm towards Val, where she has his holy symbol. And he'll just say one word. Pure. Or purify, translated from Draconic. I'll try to spell magic on him and try to stop any mind control or anything else. Don't know if it'll work. That's what I'm going for.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Dispel magic.
At what level? Is this like a level thing?
It's a 3rd level spell.
3rd level spell.
So I don't have... Actually, can I do a 4th?
Yeah, you can upcast.
Yep, you know what?
If you have the spell slot available, go for it.
I do. I have a level 4, and I will... Because I'll make it thematic, I will use one of my channel feats to imbue it with the Fury of Bahamut. Because why not? Sounds fun.
All right, let's hear it.
Oh, bless having someone with the spell magic.
I'm here to help. So again, he just like points his giant hand, like fire kind of goes through the thing, and it's less words and more of a feeling of a wave, and it's just like, be gone, trickster god. His flame dispels your lies. And he'll just like, it's kind of like almost a grab and rip motion. As he's trying to reach out through the ether, grab whatever's there, and literally tear it out.
As you do this motion and you pull back, you hear Val scream in terror, and the motion actually pulls him by his eye out, tearing him from Astrid's grip as he launch him across the room, and he's just screaming in agony as he hits the ground and immediately goes unconscious.
Oh, fuck!
One, that was amazing, Viva. Two, I kind of feel bad. So well done.
All right, here we go, boys. Roll it. That's a success.
What, you're dead?
He said unconscious.
Well, you can be knocked out and not like dead. Not 0.
This is
the amount of damage of getting your eye ripped out of your head.
And he's just like convulsing on the ground, grabbing at his eyes as it inflames. That those symbols that you had seen previously glow. And Val, in your mind, you hear, "Won't be rid of me that easily. You're always mine."
That's a high enough spell. Even the 4th level Dispel Magic will not break that on me, depending on how you want to play that. So
yeah, it's not gonna break, but you're in agony because
do you need me to roleplay these screaming on ground?
Yes.
Okay, and mute yourself.
Clipping. Instant clipping.
So Mike fucking blacked out. They're like,
You hear the the ramp up.
That was fucking beautiful.
I had 2 screaming toddlers all day. I did not need a David too.
No way. I just like it when when the cops knock on his door.
Yeah, no, he
neighbors.
lives in his apartment.
No, it's nothing compared to the demon toddler that lives
there's
next
a kid
to
who
us.
lives next to us.
Oh, okay.
He opens up his balcony and it's right outside our window, and he just screams.
Into
he does nothing but just like walk out to his balcony and scream. And I'm like, dude,
like,
same, but also please.
Like, y'all thinking about having kids?
No,
Here you go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
100% birth control.
A little something for you guys.
So, honest question to Alex. Does your PC attack mine for that? Like, I don't know if you don't understand Draconic, you may not know what he's doing.
I would recognize the spell, I think.
Okay. It's up to you. I'm saying, hey, we want drama, we have drama.
A lot of shit's going on.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah,
there's
I
the
would
argument
say-
of like dispel for arcane users versus dispel from a ritual, spiritual user. But yes, you have access to it, or would have.
I would have
access
access to it. I'm learning about it. I just rolled Arcana for it, so like I realized what you just did, so I can kind of
as Val kind of flails on the ground, like holding on for dear life, is like is just
that's failure.
Bro, you're not. You're
retching
screaming. You're not dying.
You're not dying.
You're not unconscious. Stop.
He's adding something kind of stumbles from one of your hands as you now concentrate on this agonizing pain. I need Vamel and Astra to do a perception check.
I would also be looking.
Yeah, but they're the one that had a certain spell up.
Oh.
Even with advantage.
Astrid immediately notices that the sense of
Is his eye on the ground?
no,
No.
But what you see on the ground is just this like curled up arms, this kind of dark as night figure with just this faint now of green, arachnid, and Astrid, you sense, you zone in on it, and that's where this putrid smell is coming from.
Okay. Can I look around? Is there like a decorative vase or like any sort of like container?
You look around and you see a lot of horrified people in this room who had been tending to Princess Dandelion as they watch you attack your own member of your crew who's now like kicking and wailing on the ground. But yes, you do see a vase.
I'm gonna grab it.
Uh huh.
And then I'm gonna Misty Step over.
Why?
Okay.
Just walk.
Because Misty Step is faster.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's instantaneous.
But not in this small space.
Fine. I'll quickly walk and just slam the vase. Not hard enough to break it, but like she's at this point she's over everything. Slam the vase on the top of the spider like you would like if you were in a chaotic house of screaming girls where there's like a spider and you put the glass over it. Just like slam it down and just look around the room like very unpleased.
You kind of sit on top of this vase with this arachnid, contained underneath you. And then you look at your Harper that you, more or less your apprentice, as he's just like wailing in agony. Dealing with whatever had been done by the Goliath in the room. Pretty much chaos has ensued in the side of this room. As some people try to tend to the princess.
If she was conscious right now, she would be so mad.
Run over to my brother and pop a healing potion for him.
You start to kind of pour it in his mouth, and it would help. How long does the dispel magic last? Because it is really fucking with them.
It's instantaneous.
Yep.
Okay.
This basically is me trying to rip.
Yeah. Okay. So he's just okay. So there's no more remnants of this. As you start to heal him, he starts to kind of is panting and his frantic breathing and his pain, this agony starts to subside, and his breath comes to normal, and he just kind of lays his back, staring at the ceiling, gaining his consciousness, gaining his his own sense of self back.
On his back, barely conscious. Val just like lifts up one arm and just flips everyone off.
Just, I don't know what's happening.
He is better now.
But something was going on with you. I'm just gonna. I don't know if it's related to what was on with Princess, but let me just look you over, and I'm gonna pull out my pearl and start ritual casting Identify, on my brother.
I put myself back at 1 HP.
No, you got a potion of healing. You can
roll it.
Yeah, he's giving you a little.
Roll it.
Okay, /R 2d4 plus 2. Fuck.
Viva, check my last message.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, I rolled for you for sure. Double ones.
Yeah. 4.
Imagine if he rolled for himself.
Double zeros.
The dice would have rolled off the screen and they would have just not existed.
Is everyone within 10 feet or so, Viva? Give or take?
10, 15 feet.
Cool. I will then activate Sensor of the Platinum Dragon.
Okay.
So I'll just slam the wall down and the incense will come out. So
okay.
At the beginning of every turn, everyone gains 1d4 hit points.
Ooh.
And it lasts for a minute.
Certainly speeds up even Princess Dandelion's healing. Within the next 15 minutes, everybody's kind of come to their senses and they're now kind of sitting around this room, ready to have this conversation, ready to talk about, in a civil way.
That's actually why I activated then. Just kind of the heat, the brazier goes off.
So is
it's
this
1d4 times or 10d4. If you want to
basically.
If you guys want to do that.
I think we're more role playing it anyways, so just more of a role playing aspect.
Okay, I didn't know if we were gonna roll it out, so I was just gonna let you roll it for.
Nah, I don't think it's important.
At me, I mean,
I didn't think it was gonna.
Yeah, unless you guys try to wrench his eyeball out of his fucking head again. I think you guys are good at just.
Well, I don't know. Emily's still around. She might punch him in the real life, so you might take that much damage.
That's legit.
So is this spider that I have under this vase, like, it's not moving or like skittering around or anything, is it?
No.
Okay.
If you wanted to put it somewhere more permanent, and we could put it in the portable hole.
Well, I think we need to talk about it before we try and figure out.
I know, I'm just saying it out loud.
Where we're going to put it.
While I'm focusing on identifying.
Unwise to put tainted magic and other magic item. Could corrupt.
Banishing it essentially to a demi-plane. Like, kind of one of the best places to put a bad magic item.
Unless it takes over plane.
It's a pocket dimension. There's nothing else to grab a hold of.
Do not doubt powers of trickster gods. Of spider goddess.
I'll say that over the next couple of minutes, Val will come back to whatever senses he has and just sit up.
If the spider's not moving, I'll take the vase off and take a closer look at it.
Yeah, that's...
How close do you get your face to it?
I mean, I'm like kneeling with
I'm just fucking with you.
Listen.
Listen
here, sir.
Who's seen Starship Troopers?
Yeah, let's get your face. Okay, a little closer. Nothing happens. It is dead.
Val looked over at Astrid as she begins to inspect the thing and said, "Yeah, that came out of Dandelion's head, and I killed it, and I was trying to bring it to you all so that we could figure out what the fuck was going on. But then you attacked me.
Dandelion's head. That one came out of your head.
That did not come out of my head. That came out of my hands.
Oh, I thought
as perceptive as you are blind as shit."
I'm the one.
So it came out of Dandelion's nose. He killed it, grabbed it before you guys ran up there.
So it was on his person.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why he smelled evil. Got it.
Yes.
And so currently Val is just like, "Why the fuck did you guys attack me? I was literally trying to get your input on what the fuck this thing is."
It tainted you.
I'm sorry for the drastic action. Both myself and Vommel detected evil, and it was on you, and we didn't know how to react.
We know how to react. We reacted correctly.
You reacted in your way. I get it. And that's why I wanted to bring it to everyone so that we could figure out.
Get it, but it hurt.
But also, ow.
You said it came out of her head?
I gave her a ring, a magic ring that helps block one's mind off from intrusion. And I also cast protection from good and evil on her. And that is when this creature ejected itself from her person. She had been acting stranger than before and very skittish of things watching her in the room, so I tried to suss out what that was. Turns out there was some kind of magical spider thing inside of her. And that is when I called for help.
Princess Dandelion starts to awake, and she finally sits herself up on this couch. She dismisses the dryads and she dismisses the healers. She looks all at you, and she says, "We should take a break."
By the time we get back from the break, I should be able to identify any spells still affecting Val.
Okay.
Because when we come back, I got questions.
Nice. All right.
Oh, we all have questions.
So many.
Hey, BRB.
But
Hi, welcome back to M&A&D&D episode 89, where facts matter. We bring you back to the antechamber of Lady Dandelion, Princess Dandelion.
More by Spidey chamber.
Spidey chamber. I'm gonna let you guys take it from there.
At this time, I think my identifies would have cast on Val, and it should reveal any spells that are currently afflicting him.
You unfortunately don't find any spells that are afflicting your brother.
Okay. Then I will relay that information. There's no current spell that's currently affecting Val. Do you feel that the spell that you used earlier was successful?
Talking to me.
I'm not talking to Valmo.
Okay.
Do I sense any more evil, Viva?
So whatever faint amount of evil that's left is concentrated on this kind of like depleting carcass of this tarantula. That is in the possession of Astrid, I believe.
Yes. Well, it's sitting on the floor in front of her.
I do not feel the evil upon him.
I can try doing another identify spell on the tarantula if it's magical in nature and it's spell based. Otherwise, we could try either keeping it in a jar or putting it in the portable hole, which currently has nothing else in it, so it'll be in a pocket dimension by itself.
Or we destroy it.
Or we destroy it. I feel like we're trying to destroy it already. If just some of these things don't destroy so easily.
Well, that thing is dead. So I feel like destroying it may not be too hard. But I would like to know what it is. I'm cool with destroying it, but I'm a firm believer of know your enemy. So I want to know what this is.
There are a few gods that use spiders.
We've run into dealings with at least one so far.
Yeah, we know of the drow. Well, what some drow worship. Who they'd worship.
Well, you guys already know some of the histories and the information I share with you all about the Dark Elves and Drow. So, regarding the spiders and how they've been associated themselves with the power of the spider. But I still got question as to where contact of this incident, I mean, with the control and influence of the spiders for the Princess Dandelion began. That's how I want to find out.
Val turns over towards Dandelion and just sees her sitting up and says, "Are you feeling better. Based on her reaction, I'm going to insight check her to see if she seems more like what he remembers her as, or if she seems more like just what he's experienced in this current visit.
No, I feel more myself. It feels like there's a fog has been lifted. I'll tell you the truth. It's been, I don't even know how long it's been since I felt this awake. Give me a second as I can remember some of the foolishness. And as you look upon her, she looks more exhausted, and that porcelainness is kind of drifted away. No, I just remember a lot of the foolishness. Val, my friend, come here. Speak with me honestly.
I'll go and kneel beside her.
You came back here to someone that wasn't home. I apologize, my friend. I feel I need to get you from this place as quickly as possible. Will you follow me to the Glen? I will deal with the repercussions of my actions. But I can't bear the shame of what we've done to you and what I've done to my people. Not in front of those that I respect. Not in front of those that I put through such agony. Savagery, having you face each other like that.
Very well. The burdens and repercussions of actions that we don't have complete control over tend to weigh heavily on us after we gain some semblance of ourselves back. I had similar repercussions after my regaining some of my control. Let us know if there's anything we can do, but I'll follow you.
She looks around the room and stares at each one of you. Says, no, I think inside of this circle, we all understand that there's penance. We'll have some carriages drawn. Come downstairs. And she leads you out of her chambers downstairs. Does anybody? We can speak freely. I don't believe we're much danger here anymore. You have some questions for me? And she looks at you, Valen.
When was for your memory, when was the last time that you were in control of yourself?
It's one of those things you don't remember when the clouds start to creep in. You don't remember when the sun starts to dim until you're in the midst of it, until you're in the darkness.
So there was no recollection of how you even made contact with the spider or the influence?
No, I remember in probably the darkest days. in the corners, in one of the cracks, came the voice.
A voice. Describe the voice.
It's not unusual to be able to speak to all manners of creatures and beings and animals and like here in the
I can imagine.
in this realm. So when you're befriended by remarkable creatures, you tend to open up. So I remember when I met her, I remember the conversations began, and it was just having someone to confide in, to talk about kind of my agony here as ruler of this realm that started to become like a prison to me. And I confided more and more. And I think that's when I lost control.
Rendering of your self-control happen gradually instead of instantaneously through some sort of like a pact or seal or magical I guess ceremony or some sort. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, no, it was
more than voluntary.
I was comforted by the idea that I had a confidant and someone else who felt my pain and was interested in breaking what I considered shackles.
Has this I would say counterpart that you've been conversing with, has it a name or has it identified itself to you?
It we didn't speak in names, but she used to hang by one of the flowers on my terrace, and I've grown accustomed to calling it Lily, and it seemed kind of fond of that.
Where
Lily.
Where we come from, we found a book history of elves that this entity, we believe, corrupted and morphed. Considering the fact that elves are originally from the Feywild, she could have used either their knowledge to get here, or she has more interest in just the Feywild and how she communicates. But it's neither here nor there. The important thing is that she's very dangerous, and what she does seems to corrupt and bend whoever she can subjugate. It's taken a lot of there's still wars being fought between those fighting against her directly and those
Against who?
Well, we know her, I believe, is Lolth. That's the name that we've read.
Yes.
No, Lolth is a fairy tale. Lolth is.
Aren't we in the land of fairy tales?
Exactly. Who better to know these kind of truths? Lolth is this idea that a deity can be created by pure devotation. It's absurd. It's unreal. The gods have existed before we did.
I mean,
even here in this realm, we understand that the time before, the powerful before here exist and cannot be created again, surely by belief, by cheering.
Some gods have been here since before creation.
Mm-hmm.
Some gods' histories come more recently, and there's different strengths. I'm not really the greatest person to do it.
Which ones?
I think it's generally based on. It's generally equivalent to their worship. I think.
That's the madness of these cults, to believe that they can will into existence a deity. When? How?
It doesn't. It's not always.
Have you
deities? It's not always the cult that will the deity into existence. Sometimes the deity wills the cult into existence to give itself power.
So it existed before the cult, which proves my point.
Yeah.
The Goliath looks more and more pissed off as this conversation goes forward.
I know. I was about to pull you in, and then I got pulled. Sidetracked.
So those who aren't looking at the camera, like his hands on the war maul are just kind of like getting more and more tense.
I will say, look, I'm only speaking from the history that I know and the people that we have, and regardless of whether or not she's a true or not god or not, we can debate that all day. And if you want to speak about which gods are the true gods or which gods have been here longer, Valmol here probably is your better person to speak to on that. And I'll just leave it at that.
You'll just look down at the little fairy. The draconic pantheon are material gods. The outer gods are different.
You called me the fairy, or
okay. The princess?
Okay.
The smaller fairy, the other fairy.
We're all kind of fairy to you, probably.
That's a whole longer conversation.
Are you speaking to the Alvin princess?
Mm-hmm. That was his comment to Princess Buttercup. Getting land, whatever, flower.
She just looks at Val. I may welcome back my civility, but I am far from okay with being spoken to in this manner. Is he a friend of yours?
He is a new acquaintance, but has already saved my life far too many times for me to not stick my neck out for him and try to apologize for the rude behavior.
Then maybe
he means well.
I should speak to him on his own terms. And she begins to kind of like grow in stature until she is now towering over him and looking down into his eyes.
And I'm out of dispel magics. Damn it.
You have no say here, and you're far beyond your means. There is not an instance that you walk through here that I do not crush you within my own maze. Your ability to just walk for here into the Sword Coast is by my will. I have seen your kind be born and die in a blink of an eye. You read our books, you decipher our knowledge, but you know nothing compared to me. So grasp at your hammer. Let it shake with anger. Understand, if you talk to me again like that, I will pull you into the ground. And I will make sure that you survive long enough to regret many lifetimes of insults that you just gave me. Does your brain compute? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Your threats are nothing in the faith of my God.
Ooh.
Your God doesn't exist here. And you start to feel this quaking underneath your boots, underneath the ground that you walk on.
Do I risk doing the insanity?
I mean, how much do you wish to stay in this campaign?
Yeah, that's the issue, right?
It was
I
nice
haven't finished your character
it
out
was
yet.
nice
so I
having
get
a
to plan
cleric while
something
we
new.
had it.
Started drawing something new.
That's the meta question, right? Because there's that divine intervention power that I haven't used yet.
Level 10. 1 in 10 chance. Actually, a little bit less, but yeah.
Does Dandelion seem to me more like her old self, and like this is kind of how she used to carry herself? This is kind of how she would speak to people and stuff.
This is, I would say, just a little bit alarming, but not in the same sense that you had earlier when she had this giggling, cackling, maniacal kind of thing about her. This is alarming in the sense that she clearly has grown into the ruler of a realm.
Yeah.
And she's clearly like, and now more so than ever, she's shaken off that perception of this kind of bratty teen that you guys had been dealing with, and you see this authoritative figure, this regal power behind her, and you remember the sparks of that through your adventures. You remember the point when you, like, those instances where you're like, okay, she's going to be fine when she's, as she progresses into this ruler of this realm. And now you kind of feel this kind of, I mean, even a glow about you that, like, oh shit, yeah, she don't fuck around.
Yeah. If permitted, Val will speak up quickly and say, he didn't have, and you let me know if there was one or if you have an idea of one. Val didn't have like a nickname for her or anything when they were younger.
No.
Okay. he'll, say, it's clear that that spark of leadership and greatness that you had all those years ago has.
Let me break in real quick.
Yep.
You had two nicknames for her.
Okay.
When she was her whimsical self, you like to call her Dandy. When she was taking charge and kicking ass, you like to call her Lion.
Okay. Then Val will have started this break in with Lion. I see your spark of leadership and greatness has not dwindled over the years, and that you have grown despite all of your hardships into a great and powerful ruler. And while we are, as much time as I have spent here, foreigners in your land, I ask that you continue to show a great ruler's amount of, oh crap, what's the word?
Empathy?
No, it wasn't empathy. It was like, it's not forgiveness. What the fuck is the word? Damn it. Oh,
Empathy?
brain, why are you failing me now? It's not empathy. It's the
Gyration?
I feel like I started with an H.
Humility.
Hospitality, I think.
Okay.
It was hospitality and what? There was a G word. It's,
I don't know. I'm done playing these games.
no, Alex, I'm gonna finish this. Just give me a second.
Wordle.
Wordle. It's not graciousness. It's like you're allowing somebody to do things in your area. All right, fine, fuck it. I ask that you continue to show hospitality and
Leniency.
leniency. Yeah, leniency will work, and leniency towards us outsiders, as we have been through a great many ordeals ourselves and only wish to return to our homeland. But I am pleased to see that the strong woman that I once knew has returned to my sight once again.
Yes, let's hurry from this. I do believe I owe you a modicum of respect for delivering me back my own sense of self. She continues to walk down those staircases and leads you out to now what are these horse-drawn carriages. These horses are these immaculate beings that kind of like have this glittery gold shimmer to them. Pulled by these kind of really ostentatious carriages.
Just as a side note, I did pop the spider back into the vase and walked out with the vase.
Okay, yeah, I had assumed. If anyone else has a question for me before you leave these carriages, we'll take you back to the portal. As I promised, you'll be returned to your same point of origin on the Sword Coast?
Princess, if I may, regarding to your
You sound like you're
interaction,
underwater, Terry.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit.
How about
What's
now?
happening? Are you okay?
How about now?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
amazing.
Okay. I'm so there's oxygen. All right. So Princess, if I may, I would like to uh inquire if there are any details or any kind of memorable moment. Any things that you can share with us about your interaction with Spider, Lily, anything at all.
I mean, as I told you, it took place over many years. It was a confidant of sorts. I don't know. Just thinking back on it now, it just kind of seems as though it just crept into my mind and into my room and into my chamber so gradually. Yeah, there was just those talks about how we can break our shackles. It was that if we tugged on the string that kind of entwined us all, that I don't know. It felt like we can just like everything would just collide. It's just fuzzy. It's just fuzzy, and it's going to take me some time to sort through these memories. I apologize, Valen.
And I'm sure you have gone through enough ordeal to even make it till today. And take a rest. And thank you for all the hospitality that
I assure you, I'd have gave you better hospitality had I been of my senses. But you all are going to leave here alive. Right? No. I bid you.
There were 2 guests of your party the last night. And would you mind making sure they get the best wishes from me?
I will look into it, I promise.
Thank you.
Do you remember?
I can't help myself.
Do you remember the 2? Guess?
Oh God, that was a good. Um. I sure my memory would remind me later, and I'll make sure if there's any way I can get them to you, I will. God, I remember what they look like on the icon, but I can't remember their name. Oh, that's great. I guess I'll have to look it up later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that night, I do hope now that I'm back to my senses that I can woo the fawn that I was so fond of. It seems as though under my possession, I had been ignoring him and had left him maybe feeling a little ignored. My kingdom, right? My kingdom for his love. I couldn't handle any more heartbreak. Goodbye. And she kind of waves at your carriages.
As everybody else walks off, Val will, like, you know, half step or a step behind everyone else, just like turn and just.
For fuck's sakes, leave already, she says. No.
He'll turn and, like, you know, extend his arms for a hug if she wishes.
Mm-hmm. No, and she embraces you.
For everyone else, that's not a normal thing that Val does, and then he gets on the carriage.
Take good care.
Did you get your swords?
Mm-hmm. Okay. He has them.
As you guys head off on these carriages, and again, the hedge maze parts, and so no longer do you have to like travel in these kind of zigzagging, careening pathways. They part so that you can go directly towards these portals, and over the course of several hours, you wander your way through the Feywild until you reach this archway. And as you approach it, it lights up.
Guess if we have everyone here, everyone looks okay. I guess we'll go through.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you
guys...
still have the vase with you right now?
Yeah, literally holding a vase with a dead spider in it.
Vase with a lid?
I don't know.
She never said anything about a lid, but it is definitely dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dead spider in a pot.
Val looks over at her and is like, so do you actually want me to put that in the container that I had for, and, like, you know, opens up this harvester's kit of like all of this shit for harvesting monsters and things, and like pulls out like one of the jars that he has for keeping things, and is like, would you rather we put it in this? It's a little bit easier to transport.
And I can mage hand it in there if we need to. The other thing is we could just take it straight to Luskin. It's probably where we're going to spend the night when we get over there.
Shouldn't the airship be relatively close to the clearing?
No, they went away.
Yeah, they would circle back, though, with a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Remember?
With a certain amount of time, we don't know how far they would be. Because they went away. Because we went to Luskin, and they were already gone. So we sent them off before we went to Luskin. We can start.
That's not how that happened.
Huh?
That's not how it happened. You had to, because you guys got on the airship, and then you guys were going to leave, and then someone jumped down, and then you guys came back up, and then you guys talked to them and said, hey, we're going to go through this thing, blah, 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 blah. So it wasn't you hopped to Luskin, they took off. You guys did this whole...
Yeah, you guys came back, and were going to leave for Waterdeep, then decided, nope, we need to go through the portal.
Okay,
so you literally jumped off you literally jumped off of it and then went through a portal.
So they were supposed to stay in a holding pattern. So we shouldn't have to go to Luskin. We should be able to get in contact with them once we get back through the portal.
That's fair. All right, so if the airship's there, we can just stay there. But we can still go to Luskin and tell them that we're not looking for my brother in the Nethers anymore, and we could probably drop this off if they wanted to research it or whatever there.
We can figure it out. For now, let's just put it in this sealable jar and move on.
As you guys enter the portal, correct?
Yes. I mean, yes, from Astrid.
You guys enter this portal, and again, this circular tube. This is not. It had been encased in this webbing, and you see and hear the scattering of millions and millions of spiders. And as you guys walk through, you can hear their cries. And you get this disorienting feeling as you walk through it, as if it is shrinking, as if with every step you take, it's less of a distance than what you had traversed previously.
You said we heard the cries of the spiders?
Yeah, they're screeching.
Oh, we love that.
You guys continue to walk, or you jaunt, or run?
Go quickly. I don't want to dally in here.
Yeah, let's not dilly-dally, for sure.
Right, so it's a good little pace. What's the marching order?
Val in front.
Yep, Val in front.
I'll take up the rear.
As everybody runs through, Ashid, as you pass through the portal from the tube to the Sword Coast, you get this faint feeling as if you pass yourself, and you see yourself in that same opening that I 100% have. You find yourself in that same opening.
Oh, aren't you still here?
And you get this, so you all get this curious feeling that you were just here. And you look up and you see Thom Petty slowly rising above the clearing.
My character doesn't have sight, so I have two of me out here and I can't see.
Wait! I'm gonna yell. If that doesn't work, I'll pull out the sending stone.
All right, I can see now. Thank you.
Yep. And then you can pull your character out whenever you want. Yeah, if you have a setting stone. Actually, you got a feeling like you guys all have this jarring feeling. I'm saying everybody except for maybe Val and except for maybe and except for Vamel, that you were just here.
It's one of those things where you it felt like we were walking in and out at the same time. Like I was walking in and out at the same time.
Yes.
It was a back to
Got it.
moment.
Yeah.
Now, do I stay with the party since I entered differently? That's unfortunately my big question.
Yes, the promise of Princess Dandelion was to return the party to the time and place that they left.
Yeah.
The Sword Coast. Having joined the party, both you and Val are now here at this place and time.
Okay.
And for you, some of your quieter moments throughout the rest of this campaign, when you kind of sit in meditation, you'll think about just how old you might be now.
That's a disturbing thought. I guess when the party gets there, the Goliath, who has been thinking of the response back to Dandelion this entire time, just comes up with, I don't like her. That's it.
Not get hostile
You were
to
further.
us.
If you were further
No,
towards the back, you just hear
that
Astrid
dog?
go, same.
Are you clicking on that dog, Terry?
Yeah.
That was on.
That's the cute little blink dog.
That's on
That's the Anshu.
That's Anshu.
No, you can kill it. It's fine.
Get it, Terry. You've had a very trying day.
Leave him alone. He hasn't done anything to you.
Yet.
You could probably kick him and he would just disappear.
All right. Let's not get on to abuse. I pull out Standing Stone and I call out to the I speak into it to send a message to the captain. Say, I don't know how else to explain it, but we're back. Can you bring down the ship for us to board?
Oh Lord. Always, I will remain to be surprised by you all. Coming back around. As Tom Petty circles above and then starts to kind of lower again. The ladder drops down to the ground.
As we start to get ready to board, I'll look over at Vommel and see what his reaction is to Skyship and be like, this is our crew. They help us get around from place to place.
I'm pretty sure he's just kind of like, what in the name of Bahamut is that? Like, this is staring. As I'm pretty sure that the monasteries and the fortresses that I've been in do not have airships.
No, probably not. But Val will say, if you're looking for higher altitude air, that's probably the best place to go to get some.
Yeah. It's a ship that travels by air. We'll be safe.
How are you all so airsick and you have this? And shakes his head.
The instant he grabs onto the ladder and starts to climb it, the whole ship kind of just like pulls a little bit. But they right it immediately as you guys start to board. Arendor.
Audio issues now. Thanks. I see how this is.
Arendor, is waiting for what he considers his brethren, and he greets Val as he gets on the ship, and he hugs him.
I'll give him like the. So unlike with Dandelion, Val likes Arendor well enough, but he still isn't like a super displaying of affectionate person.
Don't do that to that sweet bird boy.
All Val does is give him a pat on that, because like Arendor is so like small, because he's like the size of a child, because he's a Kenku. You give him like, he'll ruffle the feathers on the top of his head kind of thing, and say, "I missed you too, buddy."
Yeah, well, that beard looks like shit. And then he kind of gives you a pat on the back, welcomes you aboard. All right. Where are we off to next?
Well,
start considering.
I need to go back and report to Ramilla.
And we should also start considering doing the that we were asked by the dragon.
Well, there was definitely one in Waterdeep, so we can look into it while we return.
Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot you guys mentioned meeting some dragons and subsequently fucking up the encounter with them. I agree. We should probably try.
Listen, you are ungrateful.
Well, I throw him off the airship.
It did not help that Darth showed up to talk during the thing.
Wait. Darth actually
under
had
the airship.
The one encounter, the one of the two encounter or conversations that was actually working.
Dragon following priest is very confused by this entire conversation.
Thom Petty just floats up into the sky. Vamo, you start to, as awkward and confused as you are by the situation, you do breathe in heavily this thin air, and it rejuvenates you to some amount as just like that.
Vamul, have you ever been to Waters Deep? Vamul, have you ever been to Waters Deep? It's a major city on the Sword Coast. Have you been to any of the major cities on the Sword Coast?
Vamo, you're going to consider most villages, townships as major cities along the Sword Coast.
He'll start talking about hamlets as if they're huge.
Yeah.
Val just like leans over to like Astrid.
It'll be good.
Like,
it'll be interesting for you.
And he just whispers, "It's gonna be really interesting when he gets to see all the temples that are there."
He's just staring at the airship and trying to figure out how it works. Like, literally, he's trying to puzzle it out, which is kind of hilarious if you kind of think about the size of this thing, going like poking like what he can, what he can reach.
As you guys head back to Waterdeep, you guys are gonna have the opportunity to roleplay any bits that you want on this ship, as it's going to take
2 weeks.
A good while to
taking my long rest.
Long rest.
Definitely long rest.
Yeah.
I have like 3 major topics he's going to bring up, so you tell me how you want to do this. One is dragons. That's gonna be a big one.
You guys all just pick out and who you want to talk to. This ship is just moving.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll have a group talk about our current goals, just in general, with where we stand on the Tiamat cultists and the and how all the dragons we've currently fought, current status of those. So just sort of recap the campaign so far, to Vamul and also catch, if he hasn't caught up already, Val up with everything that we've done since we lost him, and then the major highlights, and then we'll spend a good amount of time talking about the conversation with the metallic dragons that we met and how they gave us some tasks that they would want us to do to earn boons or something from them. And that wasn't
do you want to actually like role play this out, or are you just gonna like say that these things happen?
I was like, can we actually role play this? Because I would like to know, because Ben does not know.
Okay.
Fucking amazing.
All right, so I was doing a summary, and then I was gonna say we can do that, but yeah.
You can what you can do.
Summary of the campaign one.
What you can do. Hold on. What you can do is put all those bullet points that you were just saying into the chat, and then you guys discuss it fluidly. As
like, I know you want to get to the next action part. Thumbs up.
No, I'm not. I wasn't. I was trying to like tee up a bunch of things, and then I started.
Right. So yeah, write it in chat, and then go from there.
Because I let me tell you, Alex, this is where I get excited. I'm like,
I understand. I'm not trying to take away from your RPG.
The list got longer. That's when I started dying. I was just like, oh my god.
Yep.
And we're in Waterdeep, so everybody got it right.
Yep, that's everything, right? You all know everything now.
Position
automatically.
Wasn't trying to do.
No, I know you weren't. I definitely know you weren't.
No, I so that's why I say if you do the bullet points in the chat, then because it's a very good list and it's very helpful. But then people can pick and choose like how they want to discuss it, which parts like they want to address now, later.
I will say all these things were discussed, even if we don't role play them now, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, we have X amount of time.
No, that's what I'm saying. We do have a balance between this session and time, because some of us have to go to sleep at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
But I definitely want to How about this? Can I make this deal with you?
No. You're fine. I just want to say I want to say whatever we put on this list, even if we don't role play it, is something that we did discuss. So we don't have to be like, oh, we never discussed that before. But like, no, we should have discussed that on the way back, and that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I was gonna say is here's the deal. Like we could pick like one or two things, and then we had this lovely chat room that we can use.
It still gets discussed.
So that way we don't
somewhere.
have to like, waste all of our time together, and we can kind of roleplay during the next weeks to kind of keep the thing going.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting to waters deep tonight. God damn it!
I don't know what sound that was, Viva, but that was disturbing.
That was a Black Dragon's breath weapon.
Yeah, that was Tom Petty. Someone threw some more rocks in it, some boom boom rocks, and just hit it hyperdrive.
That was us breaking the speed of sound in the airship.
Yeah,
it's on plaid.
It hit ludicrous speed.
I have to go watch that movie now.
Yeah, that was a good reference. All right, go ahead.
He's doing it. He's typing.
Oh, I'm just saying this. My only job here is to stay awake.
Man, we're fucked then.
Pretty much.
Anyone else can add stuff to this list. I'm just trying to put down like the highlights that I can think of right now.
Two of the things that I definitely want to have is hearing about the meeting with the dragons.
Yeah, we should talk about that for sure.
Yeah, the metallic dragon thing is definitely important.
So I might be able to help with that. And he will definitely talk about what he's learned about the cult, which...
I was very interested to know.
Well, everyone agrees we're doing the metallic dragons. Go ahead and RP that while I type out some more things.
Hey, Liam, how'd you fuck up that conversation with the metallic dragons?
David.
I didn't talk very much during that. Thanks.
You two always fight like this?
That is a bold-faced lie.
So the only people that were there were Astrid, Darf, and Valen, and Liam.
Yep. Okay.
I can start.
All right.
He's just... He will sit down so he's eye level with everybody else, and will look very, very interested.
Val doesn't want to stand, so he's going to pull over one of the barrels and then sit on top of that. So he's still relatively the same height, but he's just not standing. He's tired.
Sorry, I'm going back to my notes so I don't fuck it up. Okay, so once you disappeared, we went back. And we went back to the airship and tried to decide what we were going to do next. And when we got there, I don't know if you recall her, but she was in some of the council meetings, Elia.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked us to go with her. And we ended up going to somewhere within the Storm Peaks. She led us into it looked almost like a ritual site or a sacred space. And there were other hooded figures there. And it was revealed to us that all of the hooded figures, as well as Elia herself, was a metallic dragon.
Wait, so we were in the presence of a metallic dragon.
Multiple metallic dragons.
Wait, multiple? I thought you said Elia was. I've only met her.
There were others.
It was like
it was a gathering.
Yeah, there were a bunch
or
of...
a council meeting for them.
She led us to a location, and there were multiple. They first appeared to be humanoid, but after we drank something from a pool, the illusion or something, they definitely were revealed to be dragons. Different colors, different metals.
But you're telling me you saw and spoke with metallic dragons. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
No.
I believe her.
I don't. I admittedly saw my first dragon a month ago.
These are dragons that were against the other dragons, which is extremely rare.
You guys not see the hooded figures?
We did see the hooded figures.
Hooded?
Okay.
Yeah, because
They
it
showed
was
up
there
initially
was the
as hooded
cauldron.
figures.
There were the heads of all of the.
You don't see it on the map right now?
Oh,
No,
no.
not on the
no.
In the hell?
No.
What the hell?
Hell.
All I see is a really cool airship.
Hey, that's Tom Petty.
Looks kind of like a whale, and I love it.
I do love that.
That's what I was thinking.
A whale with gills.
That's fine by me.
So a shark, a whale shark.
Ooh, are we flying on a whale shark? That's so cool.
Ah, so you met the council. Good.
Can everybody just refresh their page?
Vommel, you know of them?
Also?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, we see that now, or at least I do.
Yeah,
Oh, that's creepy.
that's the picture.
I've spent many years studying dragons, but never really heard of this council or metallics, which is my still understanding of what I'm supposed to know in this game.
They made it sound like they hid in plain sight as people of influence, merchants, and advocates, I guess is what Alaya would be.
What do you know of the gods?
The gods, I know very little of. Of dragons, I like to think I know quite a bit about, and I know they are somehow linked to the sources of magic throughout the worlds.
This is why what Dandelions said was so offensive. It is not that simple.
Religion and magic are very rarely ever simple in common terms. That's why I stick to the woods. And I guess it became less simple when I decided to go jumping from plane to plane.
There are many creation stories out there, Lowlanders. All cultures and people speak of how this world was created in different ways. Mortals cannot know the truth. We are not meant to. But those who rise above can. They can, for they are no longer bound to just one essence. We are flesh and blood, stone and blood. The gods are beyond that. Their essence is so great, they are in 3 parts: body, mind, and soul. Some know the soul as faith, or magic, of course, but the idea is same. Where a god is based, part of them must remain, but the body can travel, as can mind. But the soul is rooted where they are birthed to greatness. The soul is what is fed and fueled by followers, by their ideal. Just as long as there is justice, there shall be Tyr. So if there is greed, there is Tiamat. Time and again, those who seek wealth fall to her whispers, and the cycle of her resurrection begins anew. It is said that until the will of mortals changes, the rise of Tiamat is inevitable. The metallic dragons searched for a way to change, to shift. They left this plane. They left their souls on this plane, for here are where dragons were born. They are not the outer gods. They are the gods of this world. They are the summation of beliefs and hopes and dreams. They left their souls unguarded. They forgot who they were, and their avatars here became weak, for they sought knowledge and forgot who they were. When one's soul is gone, when one's soul wanders away from the body, they fall to their opposite. Even the good dragons forgot this fact. So intent were they upon the good, upon learning.
Peace.
They hid because they were dying, because they were gone. Only part of them remained. Their priests and clerics and paladins, those who followed, were forgotten or taken with them. They lost who they were. So you ask why you do not know? They forgot who they were. Without faith, without those who follow, even they will slumber.
So, when I was speaking to Princess Dandelion earlier, I wasn't too far off. The deity's strength tend to correlate to the beliefs and the followers that they have. So the growing number of Tiamat cultists means she's growing in strength. And if there's a lack of opposition faith against her, that those deities are weakening or lost altogether. Am I correct?
To destroy the concept is difficult. One must find the soul and corrupt it. If there is goodness in this world, then Tyr would be reborn, Bahamut would be reborn. As men's hearts are corrupt, so too does the power wane. It is why my people are the way they are. We are direct. We are honest, so those qualities do not falter, are not forgotten. It is why we were targeted. It is why they hunted us. It is why they hunted me.
I don't know if I ever rolled this DM, but I'll roll it now, a religion check or a history check, but is the name Bahamut, is that one unknown to me, or is there been any kind of followers like in the major city in like temples or something like that? Like, has there been like, it's not like I'm going and practicing or or doing whatever, but I passed temples or whatever. Has there been like a Bahamut one? Not knowing the correlation to it. Okay.
Yeah, you search your memory banks trying to think of of this, and someone who keeps his ear to the ground, someone who tries to listen to the whispers.
Forgive me for asking a dumb question. But
Used to it.
yeah, I know. You'll get used to it. When you've introduced Bahamut, I can refer to Bahamut what I've heard him say in the past, though. You've said,
But to you, it's picked up.
I literally know the words Bahamut, Platinum, and Dragon. That's what I'm literally going with.
Right. But his Bahamut, when he mentions it, is to you is me saying like Gesundheit.
Right.
Actually, a really good replacer for Gesundheit.
Yeah.
Bahamut be with you.
He is. You call him the Platinum Dragon. Is he an actual dragon?
Once.
Does he exist on this plane?
He kind of smiles. Parts of him. He is a deity now. To call him a dragon is to minimalize what he has become. The council are filled with avatars, demigods. They are dragon and not. The difference between the outer gods is they were created divine. They were always divine. Dragons are beings of this plane, and they have their own deities. It makes them unique. It makes them different. And it makes them vulnerable at times.
Does that go for Tiamat?
We believe so, but greed is a much easier to manipulate emotion than justice.
And is Tiamat... The only description we really have of Tiamat is... a 5-headed dragon, which I assume is hyperbole, so it's 5 dragons.
Oh, 1 second, Alex. Viva, do you want me to roll for this? Do you want me to just kind of go with... This is kind of his shtick.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It is not hyperbole. She is a sister of Bahamut, his counterpoint. But they are no longer in balance. He kind of just gestures. And that is why our world is no longer in balance. She is the consort of the dragons that have fallen. The mother of monsters in the sense. The essence of greed. Not just 1 head, but 5. Ever hungry, ever searching. Cultists have come like time and again. This is not the first attempt to resurrect her. It is not the first time she has been resurrected.
Resurrection implies
a body may die.
Yeah, she died.
A body may die. The soul did not. For greed still exists.
So, like, do we have to go to her throne world or something to kill her?
If you can find a way to end greed, we can end Tiamat.
That was an off-character Destiny joke, just by the way.
Did
I caught it. Still running with it.
Okay.
you spoke of balance? Would defeating her, removing her, actually, wouldn't that still put things out of balance? Too much of a good thing and all that?
Have you ever experienced too much of good things?
Why that sounds like a commercial line? I don't understand.
I was gonna say, not this guy.
I know.
I think you can.
May we suffer that fate then one day.
It leads to dark things.
Perhaps. I do not know. Right now,
Oh,
the darkness is winning. There must be time of prosper, and there must be time of famine. This is the cycle of life. You are not wrong. When was the last time the world had prospered? Where is the balance? I know what my patron says. I know what I must do in his name. I am one of few. They are many.
I believe we are also of those few, as we at least seek to oppose the resurrection of whatever deity, god of destruction, or god of greed this cult of dragon followers seems to be plotting.
I did not mean there are others who did not fight. I mean those who directly follow. But yes, I trust that Bahamut guided me to you for a reason. He kind of is Val's mask visible, like the black dragon mask?
Yeah, it hangs from his belt when he's not. So he's always attuned to it, but it currently hangs from his belt because he doesn't always wear it on his face. But it's visible, yeah.
He points at it. Dreams and omens.
Val picks it up, looks at it, and says, "Tools."
Dreams and omens. Not all the good souls have been found. Tell me more of your meeting with the Dragon Council. Please. Who was there? What colors? What did they bid you do? Perhaps this intersects.
Each of the council members had a request. Some slight or wrong that this world had done, or people of this world had done to them. Justice for one who had been scorned, and revenge on one that had killed a brethren and now wore their skin.
The king of Waters Deep, who currently sits on the throne in Waters Deep, he's one of the ones whose debts needs to be repaid. I don't remember if it was to just admit the wrong that was done, or if there's an action involved with it.
It was admittance, I think.
Yeah. But at least two of the tasks that they sent us on were based in Waters Deep. The one with the dragon. How did they phrase it again? Wore the skin of dragon. Of the dragon.
Yeah, it was the one that
There's a dwarf in Waters Deep.
Yeah.
That we're after that does this.
One of his ancestors had killed one of the family
dragons,
members. Yeah.
So we don't know who that is at the top of our head, but using our contacts in Waters Deep, we can probably find out, and then we can secure the remains and return them to the proper people
Let
asking
this
for it.
all rest.
Yeah. In terms of why it went sideways, I for one was distracted and trying to see how we could, because they diverted us from where we currently were, and I was trying to find my brother sooner rather than later, because I could just feel that we could save him, that we could help him, that we can get him back, that he wasn't lost. Like, he was lost but not gone. And to me, it felt like time was of the essence. Not to offend, and it's weird. I didn't think the dragons would, we were much older than I am. Time would be quite so, they'd be so concerned about it, but I felt like we needed to act on saving Val sooner, and then we can act. So it's the right thing to do, regardless of payment or expectation of a reward. It wasn't, our miscommunication at the end was not intended in, it was a miscommunication. It was not intended to be an offense or anything like that. It was just to us and our immediate concern. And dragons, they were concerned about their family and their ilk, and they really didn't seem to respond to our immediate concern for ours, and an understanding of that. Neither here nor there, but we can...
No, it is here. It is important. Do you feel you are in the same place?
If, with the knowledge that I had, then I would always make the same decision, which was showing concern for my brother's well-being or the well-being of others in this party. Those that are acting immediately in our best interest, because that's where my loyalties currently lie. And that's only fair. Beyond that, I will do the right thing and do what was needed, and that's what was always intended. But there seemed to, again, my decision was made based on my one inkling of time and knowledge. Had we known that he was already gone for what seems like forever for him, and time was relative, I don't know. Maybe we would have rushed over there, but who knows?
Val will speak up briefly and said, put into perspective where I had gone, that through this factor into the mix, we had previously just been chasing one of the people connected to the Dragon Cult and connected to one of our party members' pasts. And during that battle, we had fought a green dragon. Was it green or was it black?
Green.
It was green? Okay. We had fought a green dragon and a sorcerer who was in some sort of connection with this dragon and who had some ties to dark elven magic. And he had run through a portal that led to the Grove. Or led to... Did that portal lead to the Grove, or did that portal lead elsewhere? I don't remember.
Ultimately, it led to the Grove.
So he fled through a portal that would have led to that Grove, but I chased after him through the portal, and he destroyed one end of it, which left me adrift in the astral sea between realms, and I was eventually found and brought to the Feywild, which is where we were able to meet up again with my party. But it was during that time where I was adrift for however long that turned out to be, that it sounds like everybody else had these discussions.
I am not trying to judge on prior. I am asking next time. You were given an audience. There is a reason for that. You have found the masks. There is a reason for that. When you see the deific dragons again, what will you do?
Wait, say that last part again. When you see the what dragons?
Deific. Deific.
Deific? I don't. I think I hear you now. Now I just don't know what the word is.
Listen, you dummy, deific.
I am dumb.
Hey, for Alex. Hey, for Alex, can you put that in the
Alex,
chat?
Right?
Yeah, for Alex, can you put that in the chat?
It's like deity.
All of us stay silent, pretending we know what that word means.
Yeah, you dicks.
Read a fucking book!
I do!
I haven't read that book.
We don't read the same book!
The book I'm reading is not the dictionary, you dick!
I'm pretty sure my political science books doesn't come, like, international politics book doesn't have that word.
We haven't read the J.R.R. Tolkien's version of the dictionary.
Yeah, I've read Tolkien. That's not in there.
No, deific is more of a thing. Regardless.
It's a great word, I'm sure, but I was like, first I didn't know what you said. I thought you called them the fucking dragons.
Oh no, I did. You're like, oh no, I did hear that right. I did hear that right.
I thought he called them fucking dragons
just
at
don't know what that
first,
word
and then
is.
he said a word that I didn't know, and I was like, I have no idea what the fuck he's saying now. Now I'm just really
I'm here to confuse.
You're winning.
Dang.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you. I'm sorry.
You know what? Having a light moment is not bad after all that. If you were given tasks by them, then in a sense you have been made their champions, for they cannot always act directly. As the daughter of Tyr said, they hide in plain sight. For the best way that they can spread their thoughts is to live the life they need others to see. That is what gives a cleric, a paladin, their potency. We are the models of our patrons. When we act, when our tales are told, our patrons, our gods become more powerful. It takes investment for a deity to empower us. We have a shard, a spark of their power within us. They invest so we can make it grow. Bahamut does not have much power. There are not many like me. There was once. There is no longer, for he dwelled too far in the other planes. The council gave a chance. We are mortals. We make mistakes. But, unlike gods, we are flexible. We can right our wrongs, while they are chained by their essence, their natures. That is why they need mortals as their hands. So I ask you, in this case, he'll look at everyone in the party. Will you listen to the words they said? Will you help bring balance back to this world? Will you serve the council?
Their intentions are as true and as pure as you say. I can do nothing but help them.
He'll nod at the paladin. It's gonna look at all of you until he gets an answer.
You might have to repeat it because David had to walk away for a second.
I guess I'm back.
No.
What I
I'm
miss?
sorry.
Not to pee.
Well, you do the right thing.
Yeah.
Pretty proud of that speech, honestly.
It was
a good one.
amazing.
You've been really
Like,
killing it.
Wait until Viva falls asleep in the middle of one of your speeches. That's when you know you've made it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'll give a.
Where did you leave, David? And I'll try
No,
to recap.
so essentially, he's asking you, are you willing to throw yourself behind the
Keep fighting
the council?
Yeah.
The Council of Dragons or the Council of Waterdeep?
Dragons, because this is what the covers. Yeah.
Okay. Val responds, just say,
You're kind of giddy, right?
yeah. Val's pretty excited because, yeah. So he, I don't want to say what he does. I need to actually say what he says. What do you mean role play? I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think of the words instead of be like, "Hey, I said these things," and then leave it at that. Can't say for certain what I will do if I get to meet this Council of Metallic Dragons. That is an unknown to me. but as a walker of the different planes.
Or protects a stranger.
Shut up, fucker! Literally trying to say shit, and you're over here messing around. As a walker of the realms, I seek to find new things, and one of the things that I've been seeking is the history and the knowledge that dragons have held. I'm not one to pledge any loyalty or allegiance to any kingdom or person, because I've seen the reaches of good and evil across the various worlds with what little time I've had. So I know that there are things beyond the power of man. If I get to meet this council, know that I will be attentive and I will listen.
Will not. Look to the next.
I'll go and just say, I'm always acting to right my wrongs and do what's right. If these Council of Dragons are a means to continue for me and this group to do that, then I'll back their play or ask their assistance or whatever it takes. I'm not the perfect one. I'm still working on that change. But I've always been trying to do the right thing while in this group. Since, I looked at Valen, I guess we started this group. Ultimately, my goals are for the betterment of Faerun. And doing good. That's it.
He will nod. Then he'll look at the remaining quiet bard.
I think the most important things about the experience we got meeting with the council was, I think the time, I think when we met the council, we went from a party that was very concerned about the well-being of the Sword Coast back toward where we were just more concerned about our own party member. And the reality is, regardless what deities that were, or what the true identity these dragons was served to the world, I think the fact that we were given the opportunity to communicate with them. It speaks, the opportunity itself spoke a lot of volume to how these dragons are actually very concerned about the current balance of the world with their own existence and with what's going on across the Sword Coast. And so when we set out to fight the dragon, we were just worried about Fendelin. But now, I think as the time goes on, it will feel like everything's, even individually, everything's that we were going after kind of ended up all weaved together. So what I'm trying to say is, if we were able to actually get back on track to what the dragons wanted us to do with them, I think regardless of what our concern might be at the time for any other incidents or any other anything that happened to our party members, I think we should prioritize those over any. Now, especially now we have Val back to the party. Because I have a feeling that whatever we're about to do, or whatever we are about to plan regarding to the cultists and regarding to Tiamat, before our confrontation with the remaining factors, the remaining sectors of the cultists and Tiamat, we need to set the record straight with the metallic dragon first.
Looks like he's processing that answer a little bit longer than the others, just trying to follow along.
Actually, still I'm actually, as a player, I'm still a little bit confused about what you said about a metallic dragon, and I still couldn't figure out exactly what the purpose and the meaning of that speech was.
Fair enough. Do you want me to try TLDR it for you?
Yeah, right there.
Yes, please.
He's essentially saying, hey, are you guys down to commit to helping them out? He kind of wants that commitment from you guys. He believes them to be a positive entity. Yeah, force for good. And to restore the balance in the Sword Coast, they're going to need your aid. Are you willing to commit to them?
Okay. Because when he was talking about like the like all the deities and gods, I was like completely lost. I don't know what the hell this guy's going to, but what the hell this guy's leading on. I don't get it.
Gods are only as strong as their followers.
Okay, so simple things are. How do I equate this?
Yeah, I think the conversation has been that there is some sort of amount of belief that is going to empower a god. That the metallic dragons had left this realm and weakened their own power here on the Sword Coast, and now are trying to return in a weakened state. Do you commit? His belief is they're polar opposites. Tiamat is the opposite of Bahamut. But right now, Bahamut is in a worse state because they don't have the following. They don't have the belief, and that he wants some sort of commitment from you all that you're going to pledge your allegiance, or at least pledge your
system in doing good and doing
allyship to the metallic dragons, so that
so they get
which is essentially what they ask you. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Bahamut and Tiamat are like polar opposites.
Because I would admit, when he was talking about like the metal dragons like soul leaving their body and those kind of things, I was like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
So, okay, let me explain. So, gods have 3 parts because they're so there's the soul, there's the mind, and the body. Wherever they become gods at, like that plane where they reach godhood, that's where the soul is. So there's the physical representation of the god's souls on the material plane. Tiamat, Bahamut, all of the other dragon gods have a physical soul somewhere on this planet.
Yes. But because people worship the dragons here, and hence their deity was driven from the people's belief here. Okay, I get that part.
So, but they can send their souls out to go to other planes, or go on the astral plane, send their minds out. But when they do that, think of it as like a stretching, like silly putty. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. So the connection, and they lose their sense of self because the mass back here gets smaller. Does that help?
Kind of. So that entire part, you were just explaining how the Bahamut and the metallic dragons are weaker in the state comparing with Tiamat.
Yes.
Okay.
And how we can fix them.
Okay.
It's cyclical, like because they get their power from Bahamut to a degree.
No, I understand. It's kind of like we have to start. We ourselves, not only ourselves, have to believe in the force of in the power of the metallic dragon, and on top of that, we need to perform tasks and deeds to restore some sort of belief system that can regain their power back. So they will have enough whatever force that can help us when we face down Tiamat in a final confrontation.
Sure.
I get that now.
And the other thing would be the other thing he revealed was like when they were, the reason why they're so secretive and stuff is because they were being killed off, and they, instead of pushing back or fighting back, they decided to hit, which actually did the opposite. It let them survive to a degree, but it hurt their overall standing, in particular Bahamut and stuff like that. So it weakened them in the long run, but it saved them in the short term. So now we're trying to counteract that. So that's why they need to act through us as agents or emissaries of stuff that they're trying to do.
Good way of internalizing it.
Okay.
Does that help, Terry?
Yeah, that clears up a lot.
And then at the end of the campaign, we're all going to give a spirit bomb to Bahamut to just end it.
Good dragon. Good dragon.
As you guys continue to drift off, chasing the setting sun, Thom Petty stays on course. You settle in for the night, knowing that when you reach Water's Deep, you have your mission objectives to report, and you have the mending of this almost impossible feat between the entire history of the Sword Coast and those that felt had been betrayed by that history. The metallic dragons, called savages, been treated and written off and slandered in the history of this entire realm. There's no small feats ahead of you. But you understand, in order to stop this growing danger, you're going to all have to do whatever it takes. Those of you that work above deck, lend their hands, grab the ropes, mend the sails, and all manners of Thom Petty as you guys sail on. And that's where we're going to stop tonight.
Woo!
Nice.
Yeah. We made it out.
You're back. You're officially back.
Yeah.
On the Sword Coast. Good shit. Good shit, Ben. There's some good shit in there.
Ben, that structure of the deity system, is that originated from D&D or you?
A little bit of both.
It is something that's in the works.
Okay.
But if you take note or check your notes, I think you're going to start finding a structure that's been there for a minute.
The short version is, Terry, the basics of what I said are very much in D&D. Like, there's the outer gods, which are the main gods, like Tyr and Gron and everyone else you know. The dragons are weird. Like,
the dragons have a whole new book about them.
Yeah, they got a whole new book about that.
It's weird, and this is even before I even read that book. Like, this is something.
It's still accurate. It's just the short version is they are weird, and they had to get a whole new book.
They did. Like, and I talked to Viva about all this. We kind of cleared things up to make things a little more interesting and to work in some of your backstories. But this is mostly from canon, just adding fluff to make D&D's weird story over the past, 30, 40, 50 years make something akin to sense. Which it really doesn't. But there you go. Like, if it was so easy to kill gods, like, why does Tiamat keep coming back? You gotta have the answer somewhere.
Okay.
Just wait until we turn this ship into a Spelljammer ship. Oh boy.
Oh, word.
I think
1d4 damage.
I think, Terry, for you, there's there's a lot of amount of that you need to take into consideration for you personally in this story.
Yes.
So yeah. I think more so than.
Do we want to roll for HP on stream before we go, or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all leveled up.
Hey.
Level
Wait,
up.
what?
All right, so we're still stream.
Yeah, we're hitting level 11.
We'll just yell it out what everyone gets.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
This is gonna roll in game, right?
I can
Level
roll it
7
again.
Ranger.
Y'all a bunch of 11s.
Reroll ones, at least once.
Did you just say Ariel's adept?
No, ethereal step. I can
Okay,
step
because I
into
can
the
say.
ethereal plane.
Oh my god.
Take my 2.
Alex is like, are you sure? Maybe we should just roll next time. Next week, everybody. Next week.
Do you want to do what I started doing, which is just roll twice and just take the highest of the two?
Sounds like bogus. Sounds like boogie.
Just to see what happens. You know, let's just throw a second one out there. You know that'll only hurt David more.
The roll is dependent on the class, right?
Yeah. So I roll a d6 for wizard. See, there's David.
Gotta reroll that shit.
Oh my word!
I think mine's a D8 if I remember.
Yeah, David has a D10 and rolls.
Hey, jeez!
Oh, D6.
From 0 to hero.
My HP is.
You going to take a sorcerer class?
I already have a sorcerer class.
No, I'm saying
I'm gonna take. Yeah, it's my. I have to like dump like 2 more levels into sorcerer before I can finish paladin.
Gotcha.
I have 114 HP now.
Ooh, M!
Nice. I needed that really bad.
Dang. All right. Ben and Terry Bear.
Terry, I think you're a D8.
Do I? I put that.
I'll take that reroll.
Wait, where are you rolling?
Where are you
Where are
rolling?
you rolling?
No. Hit in
D&D
Oh.
or roll 20.
in roll 20.
Right.
Hit /roll and then.
Yeah, I know how to do it.
Do whatever.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So for me, that's.
I'm bringing
11.
up the rear, everybody. Don't worry.
Wait, so I go to.
I'll put my
D&D Beyond.
I'll put my 2 in there.
Yo, that was a role playing heavy episode.
Mm-hmm.
You guys did awesome.
I think that's why you yell at me to come show up more often, right?
Yeah.
I get 1 more spell.
Hey
Not a
guys,
new spell level, just 1
level
more
2
spell.
spells. We're in this for wizards.
Yeah, I'm level 7 in Ranger. I still only have level 2 spells.
Or David. He doesn't have any.
It's okay.
He can't do nothing.
I can't roll for shit.
Well,
I don't
I'm
get
in
spells,
Yeah.
but I'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
Okay, what's up, Terry?
I'm in the manage HP points menu, so I just hit apply.
No. So hit.
What did you roll?
What's your? You roll your D8 first.
Okay,
Roll a D8 and roll 20,
I can get now.
and row 20. Okay,
so we can all see it.
That's what I can get now.
Roll high.
Okay.
Welcome to me.
Why?
Terry. Yeah.
why
All
am
right.
I
Alright.
not surprised?
So then in your rolled HP, when you're looking at your managed HP, add 2 to that.
Yeah, so you should be at 55 because you don't have a Constitution modifier.
At least it's not negative.
So, okay, so road HP I changed to 55.
Correct.
Yeah, so you add your 2 there, and then you hit apply at the bottom.
I got it done.
What else do you get for level 11, Terry? Do you get anything else?
Spell slot, and you get something as a feature.
Available for higher level, like ability score improvement.
No, that's not here.
Class features, table level 11. You get an additional spell, and then you get
additional spell.
You get a 6th level spell. Holy shit!
Yeah, he gets a
Nice.
Terry, you get 6th level spell.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
you get 1. But they're
You,
level
you,
6
you can
spells.
move around spells if you want another one, but he gets 1 spell slot.
What's good at that spell?
A
Well,
lot. 6
no
levels.
idea.
6th level is great. Give me a second. I can look. Fuck. Why can't I see what I'm looking for?
Whoa.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I knew I wanted that one.
It's kind of like luck.
Wow, I can apply a magic like a magical condition to a creature by looking at it for eye bite.
Eye bite?
I bite.
Yeah.
I bite.
Scanlan used that in campaign 1.
Yeah. What are some of the other 6 level spells?
I am going to choose Programmed Illusion. You create an illusion of an object, creature, or some other visible phenomenon within range that activates when a specific condition occurs. The illusion is imperceptible until then. It must not be larger than a 30-foot cube. And you decide when you cast the spell how the illusion behaves and what sound it makes. This scripted performance can last up to 5 minutes. On the condition you specify occurs, illusion springs into existence and performs in the manner you describe. Once the illusion finished performing it, it disappears and remains dormant for 10 minutes. After this time, the illusion can be activated again. So it's basically I can pre-plan some sort of a trap illusion or a diversion.
Wait, can't you
ahead of time?
Right. I mean, it's
so
close,
imagine we're in a dungeon.
Image.
So imagine we're in a dungeon, and we enter a safe room. I plan a illusion over there, and the setting condition for the illusion is any enemy or hostile creatures enter our radius by 20 feet. And it trigger the illusion and attract their attention and draw them away. That's
pretty cool.
I already can figure a lot of some of the ways of planning.
I mean, I immediately thought of some stuff, but I'm never going to tell you.
Wait, what is Hero's Feast? You bring forth a great feast, including God. The feast takes 1 hour to consume and disappears at the end of that time. And the beneficial effect isn't setting until this hour is up. Up to 12 creatures can partake the feast. A creature that partake the feast against a game, like the creature gains several benefits. The creature is cured of all diseases and poison, become immune to poison and being frightened.
Wait, which one is
makes
this?
all wisdom.
Hero's Feast.
Hero's Feast.
Oh, it's insane.
Oh God.
Terry,
that's where the cookbook
that is one of
comes
the
from,
best
Terry.
spells in the entire game.
Shut up, everybody! He's figuring it out himself. He's
set it up ahead of time.
Just, I mean, there's other ones too. Keep reading, but yeah, Heroes Feast is great.
Dude, Heroes Feast is amazing, but Terry also got karate chopped by a mummy.
Just know that you have to be able to procure the item required to cast it before you cast the spell. Like, you cannot cast that unless you have the 1,000 gold jewel crusted bowl. And like, shops don't just carry 20 jewel crusted bowls all the time.
Yeah, but the feast
it's really good.
I'm
just saying you have to be able to plan for these things. You can't just assume you can cast it without any issue.
Yeah, it's not a free cast one. That one costs money.
It's really, really good. Just...
Oh God, I don't know which one to choose.
You don't have to choose at this moment. You can.
Okay.
You can look it over. Yeah.
You can look it over and figure it out at another time.
Hey man, you get anything cool, Em? Em, go to bed. Em went to bed. Huh.
Got sorry, I was looking at my spell list. I think it's an ability. There it is. I got a new feature called Magical Guidance.
Nice.
You can tap into your inner wellspring of magic to try and conjure success from failure. When you make an ability check that fails, you can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll the d20, and you must use the new roll.
This is 100% you need.
Yep. It's going to be really useful.
That's going to be great.
Yeah.
How many sorcery points does it use?
1.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What's... Oh.
Essentially luck. Is that what this is?
Yeah, like a more expensive luck.
Yeah. Okay, so I got that one.
Oh, that's cool. I don't think Hero's Feast is it's not. It's not a normal spell a bard can learn, but because of Tasha's, it got added in, which is awesome.
I was gonna say, doesn't he also have like the secrets that he hasn't used?
Yeah, his magical secrets was level 10. I think he picked those up already. I don't know.
What's the duration on Magic or Hero's Feast? It's like the whole next day, right?
Yeah, it's 24 hours after you essentially you take your short rest, and during the duration of the short rest, it's cast, and then you eat it during the short rest. So you have your short rest.
And then from the point until you go into the battle, you have all the benefits from it.
I don't remember if it's 8 hours, 24 hours, but it's 24 hours.
I think it's 24.
No, it is 24 hours.
You can do it like the day before, then sleep, get the spell slot back.
So it's like when you go into, when you enter
a scary dungeon.
No, when you enter that room and then you see all the health potions and you see all the shit and you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
We're clearly gonna have a boss battle.
All right, thanks everybody.
And actually,
all right.
on all the